Hello. I haven't even like turned on the video yet, and I've already gotten Rabbit Familiar activated. Gold stars is on point as usual. And thank you for the sub, No Soul. And I've already, yeah, he's already hit the hydrate button too, which like I pulled everything out and set it up, but I haven't even had to pull it out yet. So hold on, let's get the rabbit to the other. I think I got. There we go. I actually do have that ready. So we'll start out with the usual stuff. We'll start out with like audio checks, volume checks, making sure nothing's broken. So far, suspiciously, it doesn't look like anything's broken. I don't want to jinx it. Thank you for the follow, Husky. Usually a lot more is broken when I go to turn it on. I have to fix audio feeds, I have to fix everything, but so far we seem okay. Because we can start with just like regular actual updates. Between this stream and last stream, we've actually had a lot of success in the back-end projects. We've been working on a lot of stuff, but a lot of it's very like not public facing. And I think that's where we need to start transitioning a little bit, is using that stuff for the stuff we like to do publicly. And thank you for the gift subs, Lenny. So let's see, what have we worked on private project-wise? We got the library updated. We patched a lot of gaps in my understanding from 5.0. I was in grad school for most of 5.0, and my understanding of it was very loose, very basic. So we did a lot of review of that. Looks like I'm ready to start transitioning to updating the public summaries. Those tend to be filed away in the Gamer Escape archives. I don't really know where I'm going to publish them this time around. I'm thinking like maybe I can put them in Google Docs and link to them from the Discord server. That might work. But we've been keeping up with our list of kind of retcons and ambiguities, because it feels like those have started piling up a little harder. As they've tried to clean up everything from Endwalker on, it looks like there's a lot of questions we have about like ways what they said before connects to what they said now, what's true, what's more accurate, what's a good way to look at it. And I'm really, really hesitant to speculate on that kind of stuff these days, because when there's been an inconsistency, they tend to go with, like before it used to be kind of whatever makes the most sense out of everything. And these days it tends to be whatever is going to make the most sense going forward. And if that doesn't fit as well with some of the stuff that came before, that's fine. They'll work it out later. They're just going to say whatever needs to be said now. So that's going to be really interesting as we continue to do the 6.x stuff, because I imagine in 7.0 it'll matter a little less. One of the funny ones actually just got patched today, this week in this patch. They went back and they changed the 2.00 lines for when the first Ascian Mook summons the golem. It used to say, like, grant this thing a soul, grant this stone a soul. And now that they're changing a lot of the specifics on what souls are and who has them and who doesn't and what they are, they swapped that line out and made them all across the board to turn it into a creature of the abyss. And we don't know entirely what that means yet. Because like if you're using like the "O mournful voice of creation," then is it like Arcanima but creation magics? Is it your simple recreating Arcanist stuff with like void sent essences? I don't know, we'll work it out. The big project is actually this back-end spreadsheet of every quest in the game and what order it happened in. So I have like this thousands and thousands of rows for every quest that's ever come out and what order it happened in canonically by patch and order within the patch and level. And it feels very useful in my brain. My brain says that's very useful. Whether I can actually use it for anything public facing, I have no idea. It might not be of any use to anyone but like my subconscious. So we'll see. the last big one was we are almost ready for the Fatal Frame streamathon I'm going to do in the off time. I've got all of the lore-based walkthroughs ready. I've got all of the memos archived. I've got like everything ready for that. I bought Fatal Frame 4 when it came out, and I've already gotten all the achievements in that, unlocked everything in that, so that's ready to go. And the really fun thing there was I had the honor of being asked to participate in Charlay and Dropout's April Fool's podcast. And there was a lot of build up to that, and the like, we're gonna go over all the new content and all the connections to the new content for like FF4's backstory and Zero's backstory and the metaphysics between dimensions, and we're gonna like review the masked antagonist and the meaning of the moon. And it was all presented as if it was going to be, you know, FF4, it was Final Fantasy 4, because we're dealing with all this stuff in the main scenario right now. And as the podcast goes on, it becomes very clear this is actually all entirely equally true about Fatal Frame 4 Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, which just got re-released. And the real twist to that podcast was we both actually knew a lot about Fatal Frame. So it turned into a real legitimate couple-hour podcast on Fatal Frame 4. And despite it being an April Fool's kind of thing, I had a lot of fun with it. And it actually turned out to be a pretty legit podcast. So if you have any interest in Fatal Frame at all, any interest in horror stuff at all, go check that out, because I had so much fun with it. So shout out to Charlay and Dropouts for having me on for that. That was a lot of fun. The only big change for this stream over the way we've done things in the past is I've changed the way translations work because of the experience that we've had with those recently. It is still a channel reward. I've cut it down to 10% of the cost. There's a 5-minute cooldown on it, so everybody doesn't all redeem it at once for the same line. But you must specify the line and describe it. Like, give me a little descriptor of what it is, give me a couple words for it, something, so I can go back and add it to the list of translations we're doing. So we'll go over the updates together as I do them. But what we've found as we've been doing translations over the past couple patches is there's usually only 1, 2, 3 that actually have any meaningful differences or clarity between the languages. And I didn't want to get together for a campfire and spend all this time going over them and checking them, and then at the end of it just be like, oh, nothing, don't worry about it. So we'll go over the ones that actually have differences together as I do them, but feel free to redeem them for, I think it's only 100 points, and you can do it every 5 minutes. So just tell me which line it is, I'll throw it in the pool, and we'll go over together in the Discord if there's any differences. And we'll summarize the ones that actually do have differences and make those kind of publicly available. It just hasn't turned out to be worth the time investment to reward to have all the ones that are exactly the same. And we are almost ready to launch into it. So let's just do a very, very brief summary of what's been going on in the story, which if you're tuning in, I assume you know, because it's been a few days since the patch and you've already done it. But so 6.0, we go out, we beat Medion, we're trying to move on with our lives, and we get caught up in Vritra's search for his missing sister Ajdaya, who it turns out has been in the Void for quite some time now. And in the Void, we find out there is this Knight in Black, inspired by the old Final Fantasy IV Golbez. And he's created an army of Void sent under his 4 archfiends, and he's preparing to launch this assault on the source. And this is all coded in Holy War language. So there's this crusade this, and salvation that, and promised land there. But also there, in addition to this threat, we find Xenos's Void sent Reaper avatar thing, who it turns out is no fan of his. She felt like she was forced into this bargain, and through the most role-player backstory ever is revealed to be a half-human, half-void-sent that can still take her old form with a little assistance from us and communicate with us, and this very impossible thing has become possible through unique circumstances that I'm sure won't come up again. And they've managed to tie all this into the old lore about kind of the fall of the 13th, the Orosite Wars, which we now call the Contra Memoria, the events that Unakalhai and Silva participated in. And somehow we've actually managed to tie this a little bit into Shadowbringers and Endwalker in the sense that we have this scene on the moon where Golbez kind of declares that he was one of the people who fought for the light or was associated with the light in some way. He looks like he might have been striking down the Watcher. I don't know if we got any clear confirmation on that before this, or if we're gonna get it here or what, but it looked like he may have been striking down a Watcher. But other than that, there's a lot of retcons in motion, so I'm going to try not to get too specific about any claims. I think the biggest debate we actually had between the last couple of patches is whether Loporrits have souls. And Tweetingway has confirmed that Tweetingway has a soul. So we'll start there. We know it's possible. We believed that the lore supported it being possible. And I found one line buried in the text, and I never brought it up, where a Loporrit says something nourishes the soul. And I was like, aha, you should use that. Single side quest superstar Loporrit. One line, doesn't even have his own name. So, alright. I think that's all of our updates. Looks like everything's working. Managed to kind of go over everything while doing our audio checks. Let's get currying flavor. We have already got our first best pun. Are we going to beat this in the patch? And I usually don't read all these out loud. I don't try to do my own amateur voice acting. I'm going to kind of read everything myself and then give a quick rundown of it at the end. This is our what everyone's been doing in the supposed gap between patches. Gives us an explanation just in case, you know, someone plays this months down the line, years down the line. They add in that wait time for us. Lack of developments. Everyone's just kind of hanging around doing their own thing. So seeing as there's no real developments going on, we're all just gonna hang out and go on errands together because nothing else is going on. To answer a question from the chat, the puns are, I would say they're equally bad from start to finish, in the very traditional way. The Japanese language is very, very big on wordplay. The Japanese language is very big on wordplay. The Japanese gaming culture is not very big on roleplay, it turns out. We were trying to change it with interest in the lore, but the Japanese language is rife with homonyms, or homophones, and pretty much like a lot of the poetry that I've heard, they actually warn you right in the thing, like, there's wordplay in this, it's not going to make any sense in English, we didn't bother. And the English version of the game has really tapped into that part of Japanese culture by having cringeworthy dad jokes in English every chance they get. So I don't really know how to describe if they get better or worse throughout the game, because currying flavor is... That's pretty much on par with In for Garud Awakening. I'd say they're pretty equal beginning to end. Especially when it comes to, like, making fun of the different pronunciations of the names. So like we had a lot of discrepancies between like Bahamut, Bahamut, Dalamud, Dalamud, Ifrit, and Ifrit bleeds, we can kill it was a really good one. I'm just like running through town as an excuse to buy time to talk about it. But I went back and read a lot of releases in English from the early 1900s when Japan and the West were opening up to one another. And this was for Fatal Frame, trying to understand the culture a little better and the timeline a little better. And all of the translations were just like, there's some lovely poems about this topic, but I'm not going to translate them as it would be unintelligible in English because of the wordplay. I accidentally targeted Zero instead of the merchant. According to this, Zero has quite the tolerance for spices, which not unexpected. But Merchant and Varshan are still here, so... I would say the current incarnation of the localization team has really continued on the spirit of the early versions of the localization team. Especially like the two main ingredients of Final Fantasy XIV localization are, let's say, the three main ingredients. Number one, taking everything that's very bland and turning it into something that is very unexpected and sarcastic. So you'll find like a lot of very strange jokes in the fish log, especially that are only in English. The second is wordplay, bringing the Japanese love of wordplay to the English version, even when the Japanese didn't bother. And the number three, Simpsons references. And I love when like social media like Twitter, Tumblr, etc. get really mad about the differences in the versions of the language, because it's like on one hand they only spiced up the stuff that was like really bland. They try not to make too big of a departure anymore. There were a couple of early ones that went a little too far, but they try to keep it in the same vein but punched up a little bit. And it's like sometimes we get additional information because they know we care. And sometimes we don't get as much information because they know we like to solve puzzles. And I think people get kind of thrown off by those. All right. Lustrous crimson powder, aromatic black corns, little red husks, coarse yellow flakes. If it were me, I would assume the yellow flakes are curry, the red husks are pepper, the black corns are different pepper, and the crimson powder is danger spice. Go with danger spice. Hot just to look at. Yeah, now we're talking. A healthy sweat when consumed. Ooh, I get to read them all. Appetizing accent, zesty note, bracing flavor. Going for the healthy sweating. taste it in Zero's presence. All right, Spice Girl, let's see how it is. A veritable blaze engulfs your mouth. Your reaction speaks volumes. This will suffice. This is how I should select spices from now on. I like spicy food, but I don't make other people have my spicy food. So I should like start gauging whether or not I'll think it's a good kick by whether other people start crying. Wait, what did he say? Ah, my brain misread that. If Moose starts running around in weird angles, it's because the connection between the wireless gamepad and the tower is a little wonky, and every now and then it just likes to over-rotate the camera or run off. And for those unaware, I actually really like spicy food, and I carry around a small jar of cayenne pepper that I call the pocket cayenne, which has become kind of a point of being made fun of. And yes, I do not have an Arizona RX Energy in my hand right now. I have a meal replacement latte in my hand right now. Fear not, though, because if I remember correctly, I still have the Arizona here. So I'm sure that I'm going to open that when the meal replacement latte is gone. Why are you replacing your meal? Because I had a very heavy dinner yesterday. And I like to, after a very heavy dinner day, have a very light dinner day. So I don't go entirely like manorexic lack of calories. I have like a 630 calorie coffee. One of the songs that requires
my
rock.
usual, please, but with this spice.
Wow, she is like me, bringing your own spice to the restaurant. I've never made him put it on though. I put it on myself. Put it on the table.
Of course,
with the salt and the pepper.
Zero. It would be my pleasure.
Super service.
Well now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Character development! Character development! She's not being selfish and demanding exchanges. She just, like, generously gave everyone spice.
Excellent.
The Zero we
prepare
first
it at
met
once.
would have been like, no! You can use a pinch! Whatever you don't use, give it back!
And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Wait a minute. This means that Zero has joined Team Soup Quests.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps. Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
Team Soup Quests is a running joke from a long way back, where they, before a lot of battles, they would like have a quest to waste your time but make you feel connected to the world, where you would go around and like feed all the other people before battle. And there was a debate about whether soup quests are good or bad. So Rockle and I started Team Soup Quests because we think the flavor of like hanging out with the troops before a battle is actually like a way to gear up for the fights. I actually really like those. And that's one of the reasons that I really love that they've started showing the humanizing off times between quests where you and your companions are just sitting around having food. Yeah, the most famous one is right before Castra Meridianum.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radzathan, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands.
Yo, we're getting real world lore in the game. There's a theory that like spice, the antibacterial properties of spices make it very common in places that don't have like refrigeration and have higher temperatures. So it's like a de facto food preservative. Hot food is safe food.
All of this has given rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in ether.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzathan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation. And naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Or are we gonna make her a living mammoth too?
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world. A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew.
Ah, thank you for the hint.
In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
So this suggests that we were actually getting pretty close with our theories from the last one. As soon as Golbez started talking about like the Holy War, Salvation, the Crusade, the Promised Land, the only real theory we could come up with is that like the defining feature of the Voidsent is that they're beyond traditional life and death as we understand it, according to the early lore from Urianger back in the Realm Reborn era, and that this Holy War, this crusade, was a march on the source to reclaim some form of mortality that would allow them to die.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak.
Is that a shot at the Ascian fandom? It's wrong to damn another to save yourself.
I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek. What is going on?
What's happening?
Comedy breaks, what's happening? That's why you have the Sims
Compliments
music.
of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned, it is not for the faint of heart.
Oh, by all means, I'd welcome the challenge.
Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is...
Ah! It burns! It burns!
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food. However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax and enjoy your meal.
I like how they're kind of like framing her. Like, this is like a Legolas drinking scene. I imagine she's just gonna be like, I think it's affecting me.
Relax. I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this. Come. Let's replenish our ether.
Why you gotta make it weird? But okay. Stoic nod. Thanks for the follow, Gaffer. And Squirrel Wrangler, which I missed.
I trust you have eaten your fill.
I have nothing to prove when it comes to spicy food. I just like spicy food, so I try to like target eyes watering and nasal passages clear. Like if my sinuses are clear and my eyes are watering, that's kind of like the peak heat. I don't need it ruining the flavor. I'm not
I
trying to
shall
prove
have
anything to
Merit
anyone.
prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian. I suspect he too is overdue a replenishment. By this hour, he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
Seems like a weird idea. Visit Estinian in his chambers. Like, he's as restless as the Warrior of Light. Like, he does not stay in his chambers very easily. Like, if he's in there, leave him alone. How far are we going? Should I be... No. Like, this is the sign of an elderly 14 player, is that we just don't trust the Aetheryte network because it will take a less amount of time to run there than to figure out which one we're going to. We're still not used to the map. Spicy circulation 22. Here. Everybody's saying around here. Okay. I imagine that joke came up when someone was like, hey, doesn't eating food usually give you a buff? Like, isn't that what that's supposed to do? And someone thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if... Yes. Yes, it was. I'm satisfied. Wow, the attendant just, like, walks you right into Estinian's room? He allows that?
Estinian, are you there? We've brought something for you.
I enter.
He sounds weirdly worn out. Oh my god, they're recreating the scene from the art that they posted on the lodestone.
Squid masala from the Mehane. I thought you might enjoy it.
Is there like the big bathtub in the background proving he bathes? No, no
Masala,
bathtub.
I prefer my squid dried, but I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks.
Behold the new sweating technology.
Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
Shall we disrobe as well?
Man, they are really giving her all the bisexual flags, aren't they?
No, no.
They're gonna
We
ship her
simply
with the
caught our
whole
friend unprepared.
the whole cast.
He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
So you recall, if you follow the rules of pop culture, every character is pan and poly to prevent nuclear war on social media.
At last. We've been looking for you.
My friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Oriange's assistance.
Ishtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the Source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Convenient.
Is such a feat possible?
In theory. Having once been a single hole, the Source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound. All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the Source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Oriange's counsel.
I wouldn't consider this one too big of a retcon. This is like a good addition retcon where they kind of restructure things around it. I think the bigger change is actually the fact that there's any geography in the void at all. Once upon a time, it was just like, no, there's nothing there. There's not even ether there. It's just a complete nothing. It's a void. And over time, they've walked that back more and more as they decided they want more and more void content. Like, it's not just going to be an excuse to have demonic-looking monsters coming from elsewhere. They actually want to go there and show stuff from it. I think that's the bigger change, is the fact that there's a moon in the void at all. So once we establish that there is kind of a larger correlation to the lore they developed for Shadowbringers, then we can add this to it, and it's pretty easy, the correlation between the, like, the lingering connections between the geography. And I think we could actually use that, right? So, hold on. One of my big things is I try to, like, frame everything that I have a knee-jerk reaction to in a positive light. So retcons is a big one. Anything that I notice doesn't line up, I try to think, like, how can we use this? Imagine if all of the places that we've been so far, the void scent coming through there correlated geographically to that place in the void. That gives us a really good excuse to say, okay, so once, you know, we get a new expansion, we go to a new place, where are all these new void scent coming from? Why haven't we ever seen these before? That's why, because we've never been there before. And if we go to, let's say, the new world in 7.0, that's my theory, the new world. I know there's competing theories as to where we're going to go, but I'm sticking with my first assumption for now, till proven wrong. If we go to the new world, there's an opportunity to bring in dozens and dozens of new void scent. So we, at the same time, we've created this situation where the void was over. We had done everything with the void. We'd explained the void. We've gone to the void. We're coming back from the void. We're solving Golbez. The void is over. But it's not at all, because if we go to a new piece of geography, we have a new opportunity.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Be it in Radzat-Han or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil. A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage.
Are we just gonna pretend we didn't see the void arc just slice through the dimensional barrier like butter?
The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether.
Naturally.
After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm. My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald. As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the brand's imprisoning Zodiac. And we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
Efficient.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the Star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work. We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
More of a goal than a plan, but I'm on board. Yeah, the reference to the Void Arc. Oh. Ominous. I love these little title screens, though. Good tradition. I can have pasta. Bye. Cheer up. Salad. Silver pieces. So the reference to the Void Arc, yeah, it was powered by Void Sun. It had all the power it needed, but the scene was just really cool where it just like sliced open the fabric between the source and the void and plowed through. Like, the fact that we never make reference to that technology is kind of funny to me. But the technology for traveling worlds is deliberately a little wiggy. I remember in the lead up to Shadowbringers, one of my big things was like, I didn't think the Emperor's Throne should be sufficient for cutting into the First, only the Void. Because the Void allegedly is supposed to have that membrane missing. It's supposed to be an empty void. It's not pushing back on us. Where if you cut through two healthy dimensional things, it, I mean, basically creates a rejoining, right? The void was a unique situation where it was easier to cut through. Not easy, but easier, and it wouldn't result in things falling apart, because you have gates opening to the void naturally all the time, all over the world, just accidentally in places where the ether is currently wiggy. And they've used this a few times. Again, the Emperor's Throne, the Void Arc. So it's funny that we never have references to these technologies. Even Void Mages are able to do it. So I think they're just trying to tie this into Y'shtola's research into dimension hopping overall, because we know that's something she's working on, which I'm sure has nothing to do with Runar, at the risk of not making anybody angry. But I think it's really funny that Y'shtola's like, no, I'm not interested in Runar for practical personal reasons. And now she's here and she's like, yeah, I just want to figure out how to go through the dimensions because, yeah, science reasons. And thank you for the gift subs, Lenny. Going ham. Thank you for the sub Takashi. When it comes to subs, by the way, I'm still taking suggestions for commissioning emotes. I have no idea what to do for those. I have no idea how to use any of this, considering I don't like stream for a living. Like, I just reinvest all of the donations and subs into buying more like tech to do this with. Check the area name. Estinian's Chambers. A nice hotel room in here. Headcanon. He sleeps on this table because the bed is too soft. Fatal Frame is on the agenda. I want to do the whole Fatal Frame series because, one, I need something to get into like our connection to the like horror stuff. I want to do horror stuff too. Despite being very deep into Silent Hill lore, I am not deep at all into Silent Hill's community because they scare the hell out of me. I'm an admin in the Silent Hill Discord server, and oh man, they make me very nervous. They don't make me any less nervous than back when I was on like the Silent Hill Heaven forums and stuff. That is a very volatile, passionate fan base who get a little rambunctious, to put it politely. Silent Hill lore is interesting, because strictly speaking, it is deep, strictly speaking. But the ways in which it is deep are not the ways in which the fans think it is deep. So a lot of the fans have this tendency to make up whatever the hell they want and call it canon while ignoring the actual deep things. Which is it's frustrating, but intended, because the developers wanted you to come up with your own interpretation of everything. And boy, howdy do they. Often at the cost of ignoring the stuff that is actually, like, intended. And the big problem there is that there's a lot of people in that community who have... It makes sense to me, so it's canon. And if you say otherwise, it's a personal attack, and I'm going to retaliate by being extremely toxic. Like, every fandom has those people. Final Fantasy XIV has those people, especially on Tumblr and Twitter. And, like, it's bad enough in 14, but in Silent Hill, it's bad. Because they've had since 1999 to establish their headcanons. And they do not like people questioning them. So I fear the Silent Hill community. I fear talking about Silent Hill openly, but I love the franchise deeply. Fatal Frame will be easier. Thank you for the subs and the bits and the things. No, don't clip me talking about the Silent Hill community. They're gonna get me. Speak with Ariana. Where is he? Down there. Silent Hill F looks really good. I don't know how they're going to... Like, there are good excuses to untie the lore from the geography, but it was explicitly supposed to be tied to the geography. So I'm interested to see how they violate that, especially because it looks like they're going back to pre-Alessa timeline-wise, too. But I love the look of Silent Hill F. It reminds me of Byron. Also, yes, always bug me about your curiosities on plot topics. These days I try not to explain anything too in-depth because it is in flux. There's a lot that's in flux. And whenever anything's in flux, people tend to kind of stake a preference and defend it very passionately until we get a clearer option, and I'm a very, like, I want a concrete option before I say it's canon. Yeah, the recent thing with Odasan was really, really cool. I haven't seen the whole thing yet. I've seen some tweets. Right now, we're building up a lot of kind of flavor excuses and explanations for how we're actually going to accomplish this task. They're trying to avoid it being just this easy, no problem thing to open a gate to the void on the moon. So we've actually had to go through Charlean bureaucracy and bringing multiple parties into the mix and getting permission to do things and... I imagine there's some kind of instance or something coming up that they didn't want everybody bottlenecking on. Aaronville.
Well now, if it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Not in this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenville occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see.
They would. These two would gossip. I like seeing the dynamics between the characters, especially when we throw Kryl into the mix. If you missed it, there was actually, I'm not going to call it a retcon. I only call things retcons if there was another attempt at, or another interpretation internally at the time. This is a straight up error correction. If you missed it, they actually corrected a couple of references to Erenville. That is actually just his city name, as it is his name for leaving the forest. It got translated incorrectly in a couple places to say that it was the name of a city, that he took the name of the city he was from, and that got everybody like, what? But don't panic, it's just his city name. But he does come from somewhere, and it sounds like Erenville and where he's from are going to be coming up again, and possibly be connected to the other references we've gotten to the places that we need to go. Corvos is, of course, our big one.
From forgotten ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition. As I may be away for an extended period, I wish to give Kryl fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
No, it isn't guild ship business, but rather... homecoming.
Oh, on topic, bro. Knows the assignment.
But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
Far from it. As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us. We seek a means to travel to the Void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage. To that end, we require a great quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Ham. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
An invasion from the 13th? Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
You have a knack for finding trouble. If gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession. It's true the Isle of Ham is a veritable font of ether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there. I myself haven't.
A good opportunity for a dungeon.
So if we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission. Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance. Now that it's official, you may leave the politics and paperwork to me. Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
We are truly grateful.
If I may. According to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Ham was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any gleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction. Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Charley and Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system. You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the Forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice. And may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
Let us leave matters here to Mistress Kryl, and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward. Oh. A pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance. And what have we here? Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
Ah, plot hooks. Go back and study that design later. Yeah, I'm guessing that's a plot hook to tie into 7.0. Yoshida said before Endwalker was even released that what would happen was 6.0 would end, and then that would be the whole Endwalker story. And then 6.1 to 6.4, 6.5 would be a whole self-contained story. But towards the end of it, you would get some hints about what was going to come up. It wasn't going to be our usual 6.0 is the main story, 6.1 to 6.3 is the closure, 6.4 and 6.5 are the lead up. Let's see here. Hey, where is it? What are you doing? What? Ah, it's not in the back stack, it's in the front stack. Thank you. Alright, so we got a leather missive and what looks to be... I mean... the geometric style, we could say looks Mesoamerican, or we could admit that we're just seeing what we want to see. I think anybody who wants to see Meracidia is going to see Meracidia. I think anyone who wants to see another dimension is going to see another dimension. I think anyone who's going to want to see the New World is the New World. Bonk. Right next to the Aetheryte. I love that. My theory for 7.0 is the New World specifically for one reason. Because the marketing writes itself. Knowing a little tiny bit about how Yoshida-san thinks, he's very, very nervous that Endwalker is going to be seen as the end of the real story of Final Fantasy XIV. And I suspect that's why we have this isolated story that's cool, but not necessarily, like, huge importance. Because I suspect that they're holding back for shock and awe at FanFest. I think that he's going to try to prove that Final Fantasy's not over and that it's not just bonus material that we're doing, by completely reinventing the narrative, bringing us back to being an adventurer, grounding the story, building up over years to the next Endwalker 2, kind of what I'm calling it for now, Endwalker 2. And if I had that anxiety, what I would do is I would look at where we're at. Like, we've got half of the world pretty well mapped out, and we need to ground the story again. We need to get back to our own time, our own dimension. And we need to, like, get away from all this cosmic dimension travel, time travel, space threats, and do something that's, like, really focused and personal again. And I think if you just rotate the planet to the other side, slap us down in the New World, throw in the marketing, a whole new world to explore, that it all just kind of writes itself. We could learn about our planet from the bottom up, from a perspective we've never seen it before. So that's my theory. That's my theory of why I think 7.0 is going to be that. And it could be wrong easily, because all Yoshida has to think is this other thing would be cooler and sell more, and that's what's going to happen. And if we go there, I'm dying for a Pirates of the Caribbean plot where we bring back the Lamenson pirate cruise. I think, like, regardless of what we run into there, dragging Roswin and Carvalade and Hilfir and Sekard into it would be amazing. Oh, hello, Hexorcism. What? Chicken dance. Oh, good. We're going to look at everyone's reaction to the researcher doing the chicken dance. Good. That's my reaction. Very relatable. To be fair, if I was feeling positively functional in 2023, I would be that excited about it too. Short legs, short legs. I don't know what a vacation is, but he strikes me as more relaxed than most. The face that launched our teeny tiny toy boat. Yeah, with the group of the engineers. I like Kokol because he reminds me of Mimi Doa back in Limsa. He's like the educated version of Mimi Doa. So we're still working our way through the bureaucracy of getting access to the Isle of Ham's Aether, getting the tools to do so, actually getting out there. Hey, Hez! Actually getting out there. This is a lot of kind of flavor building and delay. Hey, we've got a new blasphemous interjection. Thaliak's thumping thighs. Koji once gave us a rundown of where cursing comes from, and most cursing should tie back to blasphemy or genitals. So you see a lot of like blasphemous interjections in this game. Yeah, Thal's balls hits both targets. I would hope that the matter of pandemonium has not been overshadowed by other concerns. No, we'll get back to it at the end. Zero trying to understand a debt of gratitude. The way I like to think about this stuff in the timeline is that whatever patch it was released in is canonically when it happened. So each one is stacked on top of each other. So you canonically go back and forth between Pandemonium and the 12 raid with the stories. And then usually I assume that the MSQ happened before the raid just because traditionally if you were leveling it would. But then within that I just assume... I follow real world time. You don't need to, that's not a canon thing, but I follow real world time, so it's been, 3 to 5 months since the last group of quests we did. And what I like to do is I like to kind of read the descriptions of how long they say it's been since something happened, how long we've been waiting, and I try to distribute those quests between that few month period and get a good sense if that's how long the canon is. So I imagine what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the Pandemonium lines, because they just told us that nothing much interesting is going on in the MSQ before we started. And I'll decide kind of how that spaces out in my head. No, it has not been confirmed. No, not confirmed 10 years since the Realm Reborn. The actual, until they say otherwise, the real lore is you have a blank check. Do the story, decide how long it feels like to you, decide how long feels right to your character, and just start pretending that's true until they say otherwise. Oh, hello, Zelian. What happened to all my emojis? Wait, did I have more emojis before?
Bound for the Isle of Harm. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect. If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
Yeah, no, I have way more emojis on Discord.
Is something the matter?
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
What did you do? Hey!
Forgive me my delay.
Welcome back, Tancred.
Tancred? 'Tis good to see you.
If it isn't Varshan. They do grow up so quickly. Urianger tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald.
Tancred's use of vocal fry is increasing.
Apart from
Is he getting back
strengthening
to
our
his
company
fuckboy
with
era?
his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee. I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
Alright, we've unlocked our dungeons. I usually do trusts for these just so I can get some extra lore and stuff. Take my time, look at the stuff, read the stuff, get some pictures. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short stretch break. We've been here for our first hour, so stretch, get a snack, hydrate, meet me back in 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, back. And this choice, I don't like this choice. Like lore-wise, they have put me in a very awkward oh my god. Hydrate. They have put me in a very awkward situation already. So, we had Varshan, we had Y'shtola, we had Kryl, and we had Zero. Y'shtola's not here, Kryl's not here, but Urianger's back, and he brought Thancred. So now I've got 4 people, and I have to leave out 1. And they're all bad options. Like, sorry, Varshan, we can't have you help look for your sister. Sorry, Thancred, you showed up for nothing. But I imagine there's 4 because there's 4 main roles. Let's see what our options are. Because I'm pretty sure what's going to happen is I just can't take Urianger. There you go. Easy peasy. And this works, like, lore-wise, too. Because I would feel like a dick telling Thancred he can't come, like, right after he got here. Urianger's like, hey, I called in an old friend, and you're like, hey, bye. So this will work. To the Ether Front. So it's beautiful, and I love the Charlayan architecture, but I'm having Eureka flashbacks, and my time in Eureka was contentious. Wait, there are people getting excited about bears in the chat, and I have to ask, like, is this for a reason? I don't want to assume it's because you all remember the 2012-2013 bear request. That's exactly the reason. Ah! Awesome. Okay, so for those who do not know, somebody showed up on the official forums one day and was just like, I want there to be bears in the game. There are no bears in the game. Why? You should add bears. And Koji actually responded and said that he has no control over this, but if he had his way, there would be bears and bear-themed object and bear-themed furniture and bear-themed fashion. And that all he can do is pass along the request, and maybe one day there will be bears and maybe there won't. And shortly after that, bears showed up in the game. And it's always possible that they were going to add bears anyway, and this was Koji just kind of being a snarky bitch about it. But we had so much fun making jokes about how this person just manifested bears. And these bears are really cute, actually. I don't have to fight any of these, do I? They're clapping! Oh my god! What? Guys, look! Oh my god, get them some Coca-Cola. Oh, my people are fighting.
Got you!
Wait, why are there street sharks here? Moose, Thancred's dying. This ain't about him. Alright, the really cute polar bears have just completely negated the Eureka Isle of Val trauma. I'm gonna, like, headcanon, that's why the bears are here, just in case anybody had a viscerally negative reaction to seeing, like, Eureka geography. Thanks, global warming! Alright, so we show up, we've got polar islands, we've got polar bears. We've got our classic Leminson style jellyfish. We've got the creepy, I think those are soulkin? Naturally occurring soulkin, if I remember right. No, they ashkin, the creepy soul ones, I don't remember. I have to look that one up.
My turn.
Oh, hello, Baked Weeb. Was I Team Eos or Team Celine? That is a difficult question. I was Team Celine. Kind of. Like, I used Eos because it was the default. But I have very fond memory of Celine for two reasons. One, the moon. Two, the additional purple. And actually, now that I think about it, there's like a subconscious influence, because Celine used to have an AoE cleanse, and that was really handy. That let me be so lazy. So I used the AoE cleanse a lot. So I have like really fond, thankful memories for the AoE cleanse. The AoE cleanse was OP. I want it back really bad, but I understand why I'm not gonna get it. I'm sad that they don't have a version of the Angel Wing fairy, like the Seraph style fairy, for a glamour. Like, I understand that you want players to be able to recognize when Seraph is on the field, but they added a lot of flourishes to Scholar, and especially the original Relic weapon. And that had the Angel Wings on it, and I would, if I had access to a basic Angel Wing fairy, I would bring that book back out as my glam. I would actually go full Angel Wing chic for Scholar. My new theory is that they made the polar bears look so happy because their environment is clearly melting around them. They want us to know they're gonna be okay. What is this? This lizard is like my facial expression every like work week morning. His face is just the answer to, how you doing, Moose? Okay, whatever, fish.
You forced my hand.
That's far enough.
He's These animations are great. Oh my god, I'm not even paying attention to the mechanics because I'm looking at his freaking face. Mechanics, Moose. Mechanics. If we're more than cars. Ow.
I should carve a path forward. No mercy.
This will hurt.
I really like the way it like opens its mouth on the room boom. I would make this my profile picture on everything if I was 14.
You're mine. I am of the first brood.
Sightseeing location? Why does it look like a sightseeing location? Apkalu! These things always make me happy. Oh, please tell me the whole pack is gonna start spitting sardines at Thancred. Watch this in first person mode.
Got you!
They're so big! Big birds. Like, look at them. Look, come on, look at the proportional.
That's far enough.
Not where I expected this game would go. Giant penguins beating up Thancred. I imagine everything's just going to be bigger and stronger here because Ether. Like, we're here for Ether. Ether is life. They have a lot of Ether. They're all big and puffy. Though that logic makes me nervous. Because you'd think that, like, the richest people in the game would pay extra money to live on the places that have a lot of Ether, and not just the ones that have like nice nature, but like the places they could grow bigger and stronger and healthier, and you'd have like class disparity in healthcare. Or seems like something that would happen in this game, so I don't know why we haven't come up across it yet. Big trolls. Big yakko. I also really love that Thavnair, like, in this world, got to manage its own spice empire instead of Charleon creating a global spice empire and then not using any of the spices in her. Though they canonically do not season their food. So that's fine.
No mercy!
This is a nice little taste of old Korthos. Vermont Simulator. I don't know why I'm so nostalgic for old Korthos, but like the lack of it in open world zones. Like we needed an ice zone, but something about it felt like a loss, and for some reason it's like really stuck in my craw, even though we've kind of fixed it. And every time we get another one, it's always in like a temporary area. But I appreciate, whoa, bismuth golems. I like this.
You're mine! Out of my way!
That's far enough!
Ooh, this is really pretty. That's really pretty. Why don't they have this tech in town? Observatory? Got a name. Thank you for the follow, Spawn. Oh, whoa. Pretty Valley. That's a cool mesh of the different, like, environmental layers, 3D background paintings. It's all, that all actually merges together really well. Very cool. Wait a minute. Is this nice grass? This is actually okay. I'm used to like really horrible pixelated grass. This grass is like, this one's still a little off, but this grass is actually, this is not bad grass. Eat that, 2013 forums. Oh right, Tancred's dying. Yeah, this is like our first taste of the graphical upgrades coming. Advanced grass technology. Here's a weird question. When it comes to like Island Sanctuary and the expansion of the system, what do you think is the better option? Should we like keep expanding our island and expanding our island until we've got like this beautiful island fortress? Or do you think there should be more sanctuaries? Should there be a desert sanctuary, a mountain sanctuary, a forest sanctuary? I feel like more people would get their, like, self-expression out if we had multiple options. But also, I don't want to, like, stress the development system, especially when I could think of so many cool things to do with just the island. Floating Island Sanctuary. Yeah, one for X-Pack, or one per X-Pack would be really cool, Nuki. So like, the Endwalker expansion just happens to be the Island Sanctuary expansion. And then wherever we go next, there could be a different sanctuary. I'd be okay with that. But it also depends on like how robust of a fan base the content has. Whoa, look at this souped up bear. Eat your heart out, Golden Compass. Armored bear for the new millennium. Look at these details.
You forced my hand.
I'm also really glad we got to spend a whole expansion with this battle music. I usually get sick of them, but I never get sick of this song. This song.
You're mine! Out of my way!
I agree. I think the slap and bass has a lot to do with the longevity of this one for me. The way it complements the guitar is just gets my head bobbing every time. And the way it drops into it off of the violin sections.
You're mine!
Oh, different song? A really good design dungeon so far. I didn't have huge hopes for it based off of like the Eureka-like shot from the distance, but the actual interior content is really solid. I like this. This is beautiful. Some like 80s children movie shit in here. Elementals! Giant elementals! Nature is healing.
You're mine!
I'm really curious if they're ever gonna like actually go back and fix up the Gridania lore. It is in shambles. I was really hoping for a Gridania variant dungeon too. I thought we were gonna do the city-states, but Kugane was a curveball. Gridania is a struggle because it's supposed to be based on pre-Buddhism Japan. But a lot of the concepts they used for it are still true of Edo period Japan, which is what they based Hingashi on. So a lot of the concepts that were introduced with a 1-1 correlate under a different name have been repeated under their real name in Kugane. And, I don't know, the whole thing just needs to be cleaned up. Especially due to the optics, because they didn't really think about, you know, you got the Dusk Whites on one side and the Alamegans on the other, and they were like, yeah, I'm sure that's fine. And now all of Twitter thinks the city's racist. So they got a lot of cleanup to do there on all fronts. Especially because they just swept all the elemental lore under the rug in 2.0 and never went back for it.
You're mine!
I actually thought Gridania would end up being fleshed out more. Because Lenza Lemensa was hands down, without question, the favorite child of 1.0. But in the end of 1.0, everybody just hung out in Ul'dah, so it got a lot of attention because it was like the easiest place to be. And then Beta came out for 2.0, and it was entirely Gridania focused. And there's like a lot of good story there, and then it just, I thought that was going to be like the new favorite child, but it fell by the wayside again once the elementals went under. And then we went back to Ul'dah.
You're mine!
And while we're there, we can go back for Amber Scale Rock. Which I'm... Come on, how did you miss that one? It was a golden opportunity to do Amber Scale Rock in the Heavensward era. Yeah, and now our guides to Gridania, one of them's dead and the other one's also dead, but not, and Alamegan.
You forced my hand.
And we haven't really, like, this is one of the reasons that I hope for an Eorzea 2 expansion someday. We've got a lot of stuff that's up in the air. I think one of the things that, like, it surprises me that we're not addressing is that we have saved the world. The biggest threat is allegedly over, and all of the city-states are still under martial law. Like, the Empire has fallen, and we're still in martial law. And nobody's like, hey, maybe the entire city-state shouldn't be consolidated under a single person anymore. Like, should the Seedseer Council be entirely just the Sennas anymore, when it used to be a much bigger council? Should we actually get some updates on the Syndicate and the relationship with the Restored Monarchy? Should Merylwib have to run her re-election trident at some point?
mine!
Considering all of the like revolution that the Admiral put into place, I wonder what like the modern day Trident would even look like. Is she gonna revolutionize the, you know, election system as well? Or are they just gonna make it a boat race where you can't kill the other contestants anymore? Maybe we can make it like you come down to Coral Tower and you like they hang up all the ballots in front of you and you shoot the one you want to vote for. So it still feels a little piratey. Alright, Kraken flashbacks. It's a very cool looking design.
My turn.
That's far enough.
The Kraken's got frickin' laser beams in its freaking eyes.
That's far enough.
You forced my hand.
Oh, spikety. No, no.
I am of the first brood.
Got you.
You forced my hand.
My turn.
You forced my hand.
Go wrong way. I'm going to get hit.
take you! I am your end!
I love how Zero doesn't understand the point of anything anyone does, and yet still has, like, power-up one-liners in combat. We had to teach her how to, like, eat and use the restroom, but she knows how to shout taunts in combat. I mean, I guess you'd think about, like, a Void Sense priorities. I bet they still do that. Void Sense, you tend to talk a lot of shit. Yeah, think back to like Cloud of Darkness. This isn't an inconsistency at all. Okay, so not a lore-rich dungeon, a beautiful dungeon. Just a nice little change of scenery between all the Void stuff we're doing and all the visits to town we're making. Nice.
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once. Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished. I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger. Oh, by the by. Where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
We would need them transported to Galemon, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way. I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
Why would you say such a thing? You are not bound by contract or the threat of force, and you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution. Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
Character development, slowly developing social skills. Slowly.
What binds me?
Jesus, Tharncred, you're so lacking in self-insight. Question from
A belief,
Zero,
I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
Trust.
Yeah, you're one of them now.
I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it? It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsent, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world. Full often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust. Is there some trick to it?
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time. I'm absolutely fine.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
What client? Good one sending those letters?
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down, hmm?
I think it's like a sign of how far this game has come, that they're not just saying random stuff that sounds cool and figuring out what it means later. We actually have like real foreshadowing, actual foreshadowing, not like pretend foreshadowing where we go back and pretend that's what we meant later. The new era. So if they're only seeking Archons, how are they going to drag the Warrior of Light into this? And I have a backed hydrate from a cutscene, so I'm catching up with that. Alright, we're actually getting past the fluff, getting past the setup, getting past the flavor. We're actually moving towards our destination here. Off to Camp Broken Glass. See this Aether to where it needs to go. Hey everybody, I haven't seen in a while. Hey, they changed back to their winter clothes. I love when they think of that. They're gonna let us skip the explanations. That's nice of her. She actually, like, thought to consider the emotional impact on the people around of activating the tower again. I was building up to, like, the interesting philosophical argument, like the re-traumatization of everyone around the tower if it lights up again, their lack of understanding of magics and all that. Zero has a great point that, oh, it's better than that than the Void Scent tearing them apart, and we do have, like, recent evidence that the Void Scent are trying to get through here in the first place, so one might think you should be able to say, hey, remember those Void Scent? There's more unless we light up the tower. But once Zero said, oh, well, maybe we should find a way to convince them, I was like, oh, another story delay. Do I have to do this myself? I think Varshan goes out of his way to do a lot of stuff simply out of the ceremony of preventing people from asking questions. I think that's the whole point, is to prevent people from asking as many questions as possible. That's a... yeah, I'm just gonna teleport. You know, maybe if we can convince them convince them to be more comfortable with some soup quests. I would have to eat my mortarboard on that one. Yeah, going to meet with the community to try to reach some kind of understanding or compromise so they won't freak out when we turn the tower on. Like, could we start by, like, renovating the tower and pulling all of the, like, murder mansion spikes off of it? It might be slightly less imposing if it didn't still look like Hell's Murder Castle. We could bring in Sid and Nero. I'm sure Garlemald would be happy to see them again. Glamour it. Aw, this person's like afraid to suggest that Garleans be the caretaker of Garlean land. Oh, aren't you understanding? Nice smattering of different opinions we've got here. Uh-oh, serious lad. We'll talk to him last. I love how they just left that there. All the things we're cleaning up, we're trying not to re-traumatize them, and like the suicide blood splatter is still there. Got some ideas of places we could start, guys. Establish a new system of government, you say? I like this guy's attitude. Very Garlean. You didn't conquer Garlemald. Only Garlemald conquers Garlemald. Us overthrowing ourselves in civil war is yet another manifestation of our superiority. There's one line I want to check on. Let me read that again. The tower is the manifestation of Garlean ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the imperial family, and it will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. Was it called the Tower of Babel then? And if it's a symbol of authority and ingenuity, I mean, it didn't used to look like that. Like, I don't know if I understand his point. Like, they definitely, look at the way they shoved everything together there. Like, this guy is huffing the copium. He's acting like this, like, because we got lines from Thancred that the Tempered Garleans were building this to look like this. So I think its days as a symbol of anything more than like a death metal album cover are over, bro. Opinion dismissed. Now, if we could restore it to its old thing for your new government, like, I don't know. We'll get around to it. The man's argument for the tower reads like a drill tweet. There's some portions of it that I agree with. Like, I think the one that I think is the most fun to explore is the perception. Like, the Ilsabard contingent feels like Garlemald that was has fallen, and we are rendering aid, and we're building bridges and making friendships. But what about the people who, like, don't want that? Like, we're clearly an occupation force from a certain point of view. And exploring the occupation period trains. Same layout, different setup. Okay. Split up and ask the residents. Sure, I guess. Through open hearts and open minds, we may convince the leaders to work with us for the greater good. Have you tried soup? Did we bring any of that curry? The last time we tried soup, we ended up getting kidnapped by an Asian. This is true. And yeah, the idea of sharing the curry with them is making me laugh, because we probably got some left over, but they would not see it as, they would probably see it as an act of aggression. Or maybe like an insult, because they'd be too proud to admit they can't handle it. We should give it to the nationalist guy out front who's bragging about how Howl's murder castle is like a proud symbol of their ingenuity. Thank you for the gifts, I'm sliding. How do I feel about how the contingent? Conflicted. Fair answer. And though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever, and there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. What's that? A dispute? Time to stick my nose in it. Classic warrior of light behavior. They don't want to deal with rampaging Machina, because this is all a ruse to steal Garlean assets and Magitech supplies. That's the accusation. He's got an idea, but he wants to talk to Lucia first. We're going to use the void scent method and offer an equitable arrangement. We really have to go back there for another. Really trying to keep me away from the Golbezar here. What's he doing in the background? Alright, it looks like we're at a cutscene, and we are over 2 hours, so we're going to do our second little stretch break. If you're following the 20-20-20 rule, make sure to not let your eyes get fatigued. Stand up, stretch, use the restroom, grab a snack, and hydrate, which I will do before leaving. And I will top off our bottle because we are getting low. So I'll refill that while we can keep going, and we'll get the cutscenes and hopefully onto the moon soon. So take a quick stretch break, and we'll be right back in 2-3 minutes. It's actually a good suggestion, eating crackers before drinking water, if you haven't been someone who drinks a lot of water. I have not drinking a lot of water in my life. I have a really sensitive sense of taste, and everything tastes horrible. So a lot of water has like a lot of background tastes in it that I don't enjoy. I need something in it, particularly a extreme amount of sugar. Yeah, I'm actually one of the people who like really likes saltines and Ritz crackers. So trying to have those before water is a good idea. I did get a refill on the water, so we're ready to go on future hydrates. I also swapped out the Arizona for a cold one, because I haven't even opened it yet. And I don't remember if I told this story or not yet, but I noticed that the Arizona was getting warm and condensing around the outside of it. And I was like, oh, condensation, that's like the energy transfer and putting all these scientific principles into the, you know, heat being pulled into it and the condensation on the outside and how that's making my can warm up quicker. And I'm like, yeah, I should just wrap a towel around the can so that the condensation won't rob it of its coldness. And then I realized I had reinvented the beer koozie. So I went to see if there was any like Arizona can koozies. And I was expecting to show up at some weird like Etsy shop. But no, I was redirected right to the Amazon website where they sell Arizona can koozies. So played again. Company knows me too well now. They also sell skateboards, which have the Arizona logo on them, and I'm unreasonably tempted to buy one. Ah, Reacher actually has a pretty good idea here. Vreecha's pointing out that the possibly occupation forces have the Garleans entirely at their mercy. So that's only fostering the feelings of resentment they have about their nation's collapse, and that he's going to offer them some agency and independence back by establishing a new trade agreement in his name with Radzatan. They will be trading access to the tower and Magitech resources and expertise with Radzatan in exchange for whatever resources they require. And and compensation for the cerulean resources. So in a way, like, he's also modeling how to be prosperous without, you know, conquering your neighbors. Which is not something Garlemald is used to on either front. One guy sees reason, one guy's still being a nationalist. Wouldn't it be funny if he got killed by one of those rampaging Magitek? Not helpful, but funny. To the best of my knowledge, he's a civil servant with no combat experience. Oh, no! They're flagging him being attacked by the Magitek, but they're not gonna have him squashed. They're gonna make me go save him. And then he'll have gratitude. Classic warrior of light. It's a foolproof pattern though. Like, how many times has like a stubborn old man been brought to reason in this story by having their own personal things they care about threatened and then be saved by the warrior of light? Oh, now that you've saved my bacon, I can see your point. I didn't give a shit before I was personally invested, but What a compelling argument you make me not dying. Ah, there we go. Surprise. Thank you for the follow, Alex. Aiding.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless, and I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Aye, so long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become.
To be lectured by the young man, it ill becomes a man of my station.
I'll take it. I was expecting gratitude, so I love that he actually showed no gratitude. And then Euless just shattered his fragile pride. I'll take it. Good twist on the usual formula we have here.
I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Euless, wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrates safely back to Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Running themes. Thanks for the sub loop.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here.
I love the approach to social skills that Zero uses. No masking at all, just like brute force attempts to figure out the mechanics in an explicit way when everyone is used to kind of going on autopilot. And they all have to kind of break it down and realize they've never actually had to think about it in words before.
So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates. When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search for means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away.
The camera angles and poses and armor there. I can't tell if it's like deliberate or if I'm just apopheniing my way.
I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them too. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately I was undone. Overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone.
I like how we're getting all of this additional context to what came before, but her story is pretty much the same as Nakaha in a way. You can see exactly how he would have made his decisions.
But it's all history now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today. Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Here it is again. The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mine. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
interestingly placed pen. The fact that they like flashed back to him with the 0 here and the word friend was very interesting. Like going back and reviewing Xenos' lines, there's a lot of different interpretations you could have for it. And I imagine it's a bit of like a Rorschach test. Everyone's gonna kind of see something different in it. I am choosing to see that when Xenos gave one of his final speeches to you, he says that the one thing that he can offer you is that he's a threat to you, because he understands that the adventurer side of you is drawn to risks and overcoming risks, and that only in overcoming risks does the adventurer really feel alive, and that's why they became an adventurer in the first place. And I really latched on to that, especially like the really twisted way of saying like he can offer you the thrill of being a threat to you because so little in this world can be a threat to you. So in a way, that's one thing you could always trust of one another, that you would be a chance to feel alive and like you were overcoming challenges. And that is, in a sense, what Xenos always wanted from you. Nothing ever challenged him. And so you were the only one who gave him an opportunity to grow in the way that he understood it, which obviously meant your best friends. So I can find interesting ways to make meaning of the fact that they shoved that image there, but I think everyone's going to kind of come up with their own interpretation because everyone has such different feelings on Xenos. With relation to the crew from the 13th, Zero's experience is really interesting, and tying it together to all the different lore we've gotten from Unakalhai and Silva and all of them is really interesting. Silva, I'm sad we don't get her direct thoughts on this one yet, because I think like hearing her explore the Contra Memoria and Trust would be a devastating explanation. One of the more overlooked parts of that is that Silva's plan required each of the Warriors of Darkness to make a sacrifice. They sacrificed one of their values for the greater good in their mind. So there was something that they like held to be important to them, and they could only reach their full potential if they violated that value. And Silva set them up to each sacrifice that part of them as part of it. And Ardbert's was supposed to be his heart, his friendship. That would be his sacrifice to the greater good, and that he would sacrifice his heart and friendship and try to strike down Silva. And then in that conflict, she would wipe out the ones that had the crystals of light. The whole point was that the light would pool around those and make it controllable while they set up the calamity, and then she would strike them down and the calamity would be set off. Ardbert refused to sacrifice his heart. He refused to sacrifice his friendship and trust, and he wouldn't fight her and went after the Asians instead, and that caused the flood. So hearing her thoughts on this would be fun. I'm gonna try to talk to her after the story. We'll see what she says. Justice for Silvo and Nikolai. I think there's time. I think there's time. Chris makes a good point. We got Tiamat out of her prison. We can get them out too. I have this ridiculous theory. I'm not even going to call it a theory. I'm just going to call it a desire. I think what we're doing, like, theory-wise, yes, I believe right now that we're regrounding the story, redefining the adventurer, and we're going to go back and build all the way up to crazy shit again. So I'm holding out for a hypothetical Endwalker 2 where everything gets floating space clocks crazy again. But in the, like, until then, I think we're going to have a period of grounding the story in our world and, you know, not dimension-shaking stuff. And I would really like to see a slow burn rise to the Warrior of Light kind of accepting that they are and are not a Zem. Because we didn't get full closure on that. And one thing that Ardbert and the Warrior of Light have in common is that they never forsake their friends. They never go back on that. And I think it would be real fun to explore that coming up on the last cosmic threat, when you know to a degree that a Zem did abandon his friends. And we would have to confront that somehow. But literally any one new explainer in the story would undermine that somehow. So I'm not terribly invested in it yet. Okay, we have established a political tie, we have established access to the tower, we have completed our entry fluff, our flavor building, our beautiful dungeon exploration. Are we ready to get back to the void? Radzatan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. Look at Varshan, Reachra, master of political nuance after centuries and centuries and centuries. Zero says you are good friends, and the look on the twins' face, priceless. Is talking about here. They bother changing the stuff of people this far away. Yeah, well, they did. Everybody's got new lines. That's cool. They were able to update the lines of everyone in the room to have hope again, everyone that we talked to earlier that was really hesitant. Alright, quest me.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Ishtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may. Ere we set forth, however, Ishtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Ashdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
You would have me go in my true form. Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon. To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzat Han, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Ashdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping. Will you do this for me?
Still not used to the fact that
We
like
shall
dragon
contact you
eyeballs
via
are
link
just-
pearl
you can
once
carry 'em
all is
around in
in
your
place
pocket.
on the moon. You need but follow Ishtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
Just because they've always been pocket portable doesn't mean I'll ever get used to it.
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
It's more like we understand what the texture of a normal eyeball is like. So I imagine that the texture of a dragon eyeball is not similar. But, like, just imagine the texture of a normal eye and the way it relates to the socket. And then just imagine, like, carrying it around like, eh!
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Like, I imagine that you can't see and hear out, or see and feel it the normal way either, right? Like, Estinian probably would have just spent all of his free time just kind of poke, 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 poke. You know how petty he is.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
What could go wrong?
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on voice and summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied. The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of...
To be fair, a void-sent containment seal on an unseen scale is kind of a low bar for Charleon, isn't it? Like, don't they usually use like books? Remember the days of the Necrologos?
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it. We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiark shall more than suffice for Voidsent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration.
I'm sure this is a good idea.
There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
I have questions. I have concerns. Reusing old MacGuffins has never worked well for us in the past. We should try the Necrologos. Does that mean we're gonna lose the cool little Evangelion homage here? So weird to see the term like half Voidsent in a canon quest. Anybody else hanging out in here today? Roberts. Oh, that's sweet. The Watcher's going to help restore the brands, but then he will stand back and observe as he has ever done, for it was to us that Bana entrusted the future. Thanks for the tip to go check it, Zell. I forget, is the giant Zodiark glyph something we can see? Is that actually existing in this version of the moon? Or did they remove that? Because we got the face on Mars, we got that back. I imagine it's been replaced by this. The face and the glyph have been there since forever. Wait, is the statue really still here somewhere? Back in the original cutscenes, there was like a shattered Zodiark statue, the glyph on the ground, the face. I think it's really funny that they tied the face into the Loporits. Not at all what I expected. Love these designs. She wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters as a precautionary measure. I love the Loporits, which is really funny because when I first saw them, I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then it cut to Thancred and his face was just... And I was like, oh, good, we're on the same wavelength here. And then the Lopra immediately, Living Way immediately made a hop pun. And I was like, well, I love them.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
A welcome contribution.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Hydaelyn, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always. Right, so... we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, And who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Atheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor. Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into void-sent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
They're doing their best.
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement... we just might be able to do it in 2.
This I leave to you.
The cinematography of this one was excellent, especially like the creaking neck sound. I wonder if these creatures once also existed on the Void's moon. But even if they did, they must all be Voidsent by now. Evidence for the soul theory, maybe?
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands. Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Almost there. Interesting. Everybody got their nice color codedness back. Will do so. Thank you.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated, but give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
Go time music.
The moment of truth.
Are you about to have like an anime synchronized Leveilleur shout? Haven't seen one of those in a bit. No shout. They have become ever so slightly less cringe. We did it again.
By the sisters!
Oriange, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate. A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands. Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this. So this is the Promised Land. The land of boundless ether.
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures. Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us. Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
I have some questions. There were a couple lines of that I'm curious about the phrasing.
Unto the void once more.
I'm adding some of those to the translation list. At least one of those feels a little weird. And yeah, the dragons seem to stay completely out of each other's business. Every now and then, if it's like really... You'd think this would qualify, but... Wait, why are we seeing rift stuff? I have more questions. Aren't we unable to navigate the rift without Omega Tech and the Tycoon and all of that stuff? Unless we were... Did we attune to something here and come at it in a different way? I thought we just go straight from one to the other.
This is the moon of the 13th.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground, I leave to you all.
No mount of it. No Watcher, no Loporits, no Best Ways Burrow. Prison design is there, but a little different.
The chasm has caught your attention as well. There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee. Climb on, my friends. Astaya is here, within this chasm.
Like how he pronounces the name differently in human form and dragon form.
Throne King. Kom na in Ötaan.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not? Ku An. O Wak Hom Erta.
Li Tao An King Sis, Dies Ishom in Fesk, Wan Ik Hes in An, Ka An, Fe.
Seth Es Lis Na Fesk An. Ner no Rail Ak Stra I Dran. Esk Es I Nesh I Gol Ak.
So this is indeed Golbez's domain.
Kis Arn In.
Es Fil Ud Ein An In.
Sis. Esk Dir Antar. For War Meradarn I Alan An. Les I El Kol An. Zdis Sorn I Rum. Snar Tiamat An. Kai Ros An. K Ul K Darn Morn. Dis An. Kai An. Nal Stra An.
Nar Tal King in Eyes. Atan Erndran. Esk Tai I'll call Hes in Hes. Ses Razatan Luan. Snorsong An Hai Hes in An.
Ta Hes An Elgon Osk In. Ses Kidir In An. Kasta An. Sta In Es Katao Tai An. Es An Stra In Sorn.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern El. I Mizhead In Ood.
As graceless as Nidhogg.
Kis Targo. Asrael Dis Tar. Sma Osk In Sis An.
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Asis Tar Nokol In. Do Es I Nesh I Gol Sorn. Ka Som Ul Mo Gol. Skom Les Sao An. Som Du Orta Sis.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
As well. I don't know if it's the timbre or the pitch or the effects that they have on it, but the voice of Ajdaya is tickling at my memory. Like I've heard it before. I feel like I've heard that actress somewhere before. But again, it might just be the specific combo of stuff. Reminds me of like Eternal Darkness on the GameCube. Okay, before I start this quest, we're gonna do another stretch break. From the chatter, it sounds like I'm coming up on content, so let's keep it really quick and we'll try to get to that ASAP because I don't want to keep people sitting around forever. Hydrate. We're gonna do that. You too, hydrate, stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you gotta do for self-care. And we will be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, this is a little meatier than I expected in terms of, like, content, but I'm surprised they fluffed it up as much. Like, was it just to give us a change of scenery? Was it to control the pacing? Was it to keep a certain content thing? Or are they just trying to make me let my guard down before there's something huge happens? Area here. I'm watching the debates in chat about the differences between the moons and the planets and all that other kind of stuff with the shards. And I wish I could have more insight on it. I agree with some of the ideas. But one thing I would caution against is that starting around the Stormblood era, the team became very reluctant to commit to any answers that they didn't have to. So if it's not time to answer that question because the story demands it, chances are they're not going to. Because what they don't want to do is write themselves into a corner where they have to be loyal to an explanation they gave for no reason. And I understand that, but it's actually like, when we get to stuff like this, I wish we understood where their heads were at. But especially the stuff with the shards and the source, that has been very slow evolving lore. When we had the 2018 interview prior to the, like right around the announcement of Shadowbringers, I believe at that time, in that interview, they stated that they actually didn't know how far the rip went, whether it was just the planet or all of space. And they seem to have settled on just the planet and kind of a space around it. And it was just the planet, and now we've moved it back out to at least the moon. But I imagine it doesn't go much farther than that.
Did you find something?
Forgot to put the rabbit familiar back. Found a Memoria crystal hanging out.
A Memoria? But whose?
Hey, Echo. Haven't used that in this way in a while.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
Familiar voice.
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools.
Wrong answer.
Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
Familiar sword? My brain playing games on me.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
The font change is suspicious.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones. Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriats taken by darkness.
They nodded, so it must be a warrior of light. Hey, I'm not the only one who was making Full Metal Alchemist jokes in my head. Thank you.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Oh, so you were always this blunt.
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era. We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron!
Had another vision of the past, did you?
Yeah, you were there.
What? I was in it. It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this Memoria is...
So, you have come. You who would oppose our crusade.
Tranquilo.
You. I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
Character development.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes? When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Task in.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Archer! Smash!
Rise, O Shadow Dragon, and obey!
Damn.
Kill him.
Damn you!
Keep our guests occupied.
Hello, guys. Double dip.
Save her. I beg thee. Save my sister.
Wow, you are tall.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
You would fight on a cube.
Come, face me.
So we knew they'd figure out a way to get Shadow Dragon in here, and we figured it'd be a Shia, so that's a cool way to go. But like, can we re-infuse her with light and go back, or is this just like fission mail? Also, yeah, if we're gonna keep doing that with the Azem Stone all the way to Endwalker 2, I definitely want to reconcile Azem then.
Accursed light. You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
So I'd assumed before that he wasn't going to end up technically being a Void Sense, and that he was controlling the army through the generals. But all the generals are dead, and he's still ordering them around. So I'm wondering like who the chain of command falls to, I guess? Okay. Do you guys... Oh, you do still have a party. I was gonna say, I volunteer to do it alone. It's okay. I don't mind. I can't do all content with, like, people who know it. Sometimes I gotta look dumb, right? I'll just throw in pugs. It'll be fine. Kinda. Maybe. I don't know. The only minor hesitation I have is I try not to use pugs in anything that's streamed or recorded, because they didn't like give informed consent to that participation. I should get a new block for the corner, block everybody out. But if one day you find yourself in this video, thank you for fighting with me, and know that I didn't judge you, so I hope you didn't judge me.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift.
Oh, he said the thing!
If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation.
Man's really using all his buzzwords.
This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel.
Terra's rocks.
Where my Rhine-kissed blades. I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course.
Tank targets. We didn't tank targets.
Let lightning surge!
Release into a clean.
Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow.
I don't think we see many bleeding room doors.
With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation.
Cool freaking animation. That's cool. That deserved a camera pose like that.
You shall know true terror! Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them! Bathe them in black flame!
Knockback towers.
My meteors will extinguish your light! A raging gale to rend you asunder!
Oh, not shit. Blank here.
to the heavens for your doom!
Oh, what? Oh, no, this looks hard.
You wretch! Come forth, my servant of shadow!
Oh, hey, Bedlam. Thanks for the juju.
Let lightning surge!
No Probalo.
A raging gale to rend you asunder! Be gone!
Okay.
Dragon, hear me and obey! Look to the heavens for your doom! Where my rime-kissed blades! This place shall be your tomb! Crush them! Render unto me your all!
I can see a couple mechanics in this that, like, they're easy to get the hang of here, but I bet
My
the next
meteors
version
will
is gonna be annoying.
extinguish your light!
I'm glad I don't do those anymore.
Come forth, my servant of shadow! Let lightning surge! A raging gale to rend you asunder!
Too focused on
Be gone!
the shields. Not too bad. Easy.
My power. even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
Thank you all, and see you again. All comes to the one remaining. Yeah, I like the like when they usually explode from one form into another. He just like exploded from giant Golbez into mini Golbez. And the cube just
Are you
shrinks
alright?
into the planet.
What's happening?
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee, let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty voidsent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it.
Uh-oh.
From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds.
Man, we're really building
Upon
up to our
you,
Shinryu
who shall
moment.
deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus, awaken!
The predicted antagonist from a not predicted place. Couldn't do it without Zeromus.
No matter how powerful, a voidsent can be sealed in Memoria. Damn it. It's too strong.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a voidsent born of Zodiark's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
So we got our 6.5 villain ready.
Or Kim. Fest na in an.
Man, he's still hoping he's gonna pull her out of there. Face reminds me of the Independence Day alien. Yeah, she's gone through like three things happened to her so far that like most entities just don't come back from. Last quest. So named for an ancient hero, that one can say if there is a sliver of truth. The fact that she's like highlighting that though means we're gonna. I imagine we're gonna be exploring the hero in the lead up to the fight with Zeromus. True hero would not damn another world to save his own. Damn, they're really, really tearing into the ass ends of this. Later, Pash. We got two no hero would destroy another's world to save their own. In one patch, and I can only imagine the pro-Asian fandom is sitting around like, yeah, real heroes kill their own world to save other people, right, Vana? It's true. Emma never claimed to be. I mean, he saw himself as one in a way. He saw himself as responsible, but he saw himself as carrying the burden of others. So we're on the last quest, we're wrapping up, we got our next time. I'm really curious if there's gonna be like a meanwhile. Feels like the pacing demands one more punch. Yeah, I am also very glad they didn't go the route of, like, just using 0 for that. It was foreseeable and easy. Actually didn't want to believe they would go that route, but it seemed so... In a way, like, it seemed like so obvious that it's one of the options that you don't want to discount it entirely, because what if they choose that option, you know? But at the same time, it felt like it would have been disappointing. I mean, especially since they already put 0 in the trusts. What's really funny is that, like, 0 requires explaining everything explicitly that we wouldn't usually explain it explicitly. So if she's like a permanent member of our team now, the reading comprehension of people that struggle with nuance is gonna be going up every patch she's in. Because there was very little left open. Like, there's very, very little left open to interpretation. Like, I don't even think we've had to come up with many translations, like 1 or 2. Oh, you're right, I owe a hydrate. So this means in the other shards, Zodiac's ether infused with them, and with a lot of umbral, possibly. The astral umbral thing is a little weird. I think it can confuse everybody at times. Like, umbral is like a charge that happens when ether is exposed to light. And then, how do I put it? So light and darkness are like primordial energies that are separate from the elemental energy spectrum, whereas astral and umbral are part of the elemental energy spectrum. They're like an effect of it. So light draws things towards passive umbral charges, and darkness drags things towards active astral charges. So when Zodiark's darkness diffused, for lack of a better word, it probably did drag things a little astral, but as we've seen by the situation with the first, even in a situation where the universe had been trying to restore balance between the shards, it still didn't cause it to be like damned. Everything finds equilibrium eventually, almost. So I'm sure most of the shards are gonna be fine. Probably. The ones that aren't, you know, dead. They probably got some weird weather, yeah. And yeah, it's important to stress that a lot of things are just kind of whatever the plot needs. Especially today. So it's kind of safe until it's not. And ever since Stormblood, they've gotten increasingly good at explaining what's going on because they're safe to do so. They're not just throwing out a bunch of hooks and hoping they'll get to use them someday. We're actually, like, making deliberate choices now. Which is why we get, like, for real foreshadowing, like earlier in the patch. Usually we only got for real foreshadowing around, like, the 0.4, 0.5 patches. Where they were trying to get us hyped for the new expansion, which they are now, but...
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of Voidsent that dwelled in my domain? Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a Voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a Voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more. That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Azdaja.
But can we revert her from Voidsent after that? Or is she...
And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is.
Can we do that? How much light would we need? Is that gonna be a thing? I got questions. I got lots of questions. Watch like the power of a first brood dragon just be so powerful that it has potential that, you know, and she was only recently warped. So, you know, before it goes on too long, we'll just reverse it and she'll remember who she is, and then she'll be Azdaja again, and then she'll have kick-ass Mary Sue Void powers.
You must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
But I mean, once something went full Sin Eater, it couldn't come back, could it? Mitrin count? I got questions.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a Voidsent could be born of Zodiark's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say? I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Azdaja's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light. The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Fine by me. Come on then.
Will it involve disrobing?
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
First time chat with Eternal Yak and we just jinxed. To answer a question from a few pages up, is there anything tonight that had me questioning the lore or goes against anything we know? Not in a way that we can't easily write around. There's a couple things that show like their perspective on what's true is changing and the way they want to think about things and frame things is changing. And I'm always okay with that. This is an evolving product. Even when there's been outright contradictions, we found fun ways to clear them up later. There was only one line that I feel like I need to check out again. When they were first setting up the brands, they said some stuff about Heidelin, and the word choices there were... I can't tell if I was listening to them wrong, processed them wrong, read them wrong, or what, but it seemed like that there was something about like the timeline or the motivation that seemed askew to me. I'm gonna go back and reread that, because something seemed off there. I don't know. I could be wrong. I might just read it and be like, oh, never mind. I made a mistake. As I often do. But if it's weird, I'll let the Discord know. I'll translate everything anyway. But no, just that one line caught me off guard. There are just some oddities here and there that show that they're thinking about things in different ways, and that's always okay. I pretend to be saltier about it than I am, so that we have an excuse to go back and talk about it one day. I've got this massive, massive list of things, like 2018 to 2023. COVID really threw off our interview schedule, as did, I suspect, Final Fantasy 16. I suppose those two things in conjunction really just made it impossible. Will I stream or theorize about 16 lore in the future? I wish. I'd like to. The problem is that I honestly probably won't be playing 16 until a year after it comes out. Because, like, first there was the difficulty in getting PlayStations. They vanished. And it was a long time for them to come back because of the chip shortage. Everybody was price gouging for them. Now it's been out for a little while, and it's like, do you want to pay full price for it now when you know they're probably going to introduce the Pro in the future? Can I justify buying that for one game? Which is really the big thing, is like, I don't believe in console exclusivity, but I also don't believe in only buying a game for one console. And it's weird because, like, the more you try to finagle exclusivity, the less likely I am to buy something because it's quote-unquote for just one game. And we know it's going to be coming to PC like a year from now, so the temporary exclusivity only makes me less likely to buy a PlayStation 5. I don't know, it's weird, especially because I am a PlayStation fanboy at heart. I haven't decided yet, but, like, shelling out the money just for that is a big ask. That said, if I had one, I would probably find a way to stream it through the PS5 and just do the whole thing beginning to end, but I don't know if I could justify that. Especially with FanFest coming up, because, like, I'm gonna try to get to FanFest, and that's gonna be a pretty penny. That's gonna be a PS5 and a half right there. Just the flight. But I really like what I've seen of 16 lore so far. We're getting our meanwhile. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th.
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil.
Thanks for the explainer monologue, dude just standing around
But
alone on
what
the moon.
is another moment on this long journey I have endured?
We're so lucky that he just like Elidibus himself around the moon talking to himself there.
It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain.
I was curious about that. The person wearing the outfit seemed to be not him, because the blonde guy had Golbez's voice and sword. So, yeah. It seemed like he swapped outfits with him. Glad to know I wasn't crazy. I was kind of gaslighting myself there for a minute.
As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
Cool, cool. I like that they took this opportunity to do a reference to another game that's harder to do. Because, like, dealing with the Void is something that's always popular. Everybody likes it. And then finding a way to drag Golbez into it, Final Fantasy IV into it, the Moon stuff into it. Good time to do it. Small, isolated story as far as we know. Is there anything, like, additional that pops up with the story after this one, or are we good to do raid next time? Cool. That was actually fairly painless, so if anybody finds any more translations that they want, feel free to throw them into the thing. I've only got the one, so I'm just going to do the one. But if anybody has any further ones that they want to do, I will gladly do them. I will prep the translation sheets for Pandemonium too. The only question is whether to do Pandemonium tomorrow or next week. I don't want to keep people for 10 hours of their weekend, so I might do it next weekend, even though it's kind of a delay. Maybe I could do it midweek. I don't know. I'll think about it. We'll figure out a day. It's a holiday weekend? It is a holiday weekend. You're right. Maybe I will. Let me sleep on it. I'll throw up a tweet. It shouldn't take too long. Got it. But as always, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out. There were people chatting along. I appreciate your company so much, and I also appreciate the company, I also appreciate the company of the people who just pop in to lurk. Like, there are definitely more lurkers than chatters, and even if you just threw it on for white noise or to throw it on and then take a nap, I appreciate the company either way. So thanks for everything. Especially the subs and bits and support and all that other kind of stuff. Because again, I don't stream for a living. I'm streaming to gain experience streaming. I'm streaming to hang out with you guys, and I pour all of those funds back into getting more stuff for the setup, more games, more prep, better lighting, to try to be in a place where once we can, we can. The past few months actually have not been drowning in work, have not been drowning in extra obligations. They've been doing background prep work and getting back into hobbies, so we are almost there. But again, thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you at the next, whether that's tomorrow or next week. All right, Crystal Mom, and I love you, everybody. See you at the next.